that he may leave the world. He was quite indisposed, and he decided to go to Vrindavan, where he would leave it for Radharani and Krishna to decide whether he remains in the world or not. And in certain ways, he was giving last instructions to his devotees then. Probably 95% of our movement were devotees who were only in our movement for 6 months. The very senior most devotees in our movement had been in our movement for about 2 years. And in those days, there wasn't even the full Bhagavad Gita yet. It was just that little purple Bhagavad Gita, if that was even there. And the original Srimad Bhagavatams that Srila Prabhupada brought from India, 3 volumes. And these devotees had surrendered their hearts and their lives to Srila Prabhupada. And now it appeared that he may leave them. And Srila Prabhupada entrusted our whole movement to these devotees. Yesterday we were discussing how when Srila Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj and other devotees in the library party were asking Srila Prabhupada how to bring these books into the libraries of the universities in America and throughout the world. Srila Prabhupada gave very simple instruction. And because they took this instruction seriously, they were empowered to do the most incredible things. Historic. Srila Prabhupada's instruction was just try your best, and Krishna will help you. Srila Prabhupada told these devotees in this early time, I've already given you everything. In this first 3 volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada wrote it in such a way that everything that was needed for a person to become a pure devotee and everything that was needed for devotees to spread this movement all over the world was there. And he had given us the holy names of Krishna. Krishna is non-different than his names. Shri Radha is non-different than her names. This Hare Krishna Mahamantra is the mantra that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu selected among all the mantras and verses and all the Vedas. He chose this to be the Mahamantra. And how much power is there? If we chant sincerely, Krishna reveals everything to us. Can you imagine the devotee's condition when Srila Prabhupada went on that airplane back to India? Malati Devi, would you like to speak something about that for us? Can we give microphone? How the devotees were feeling at that time.
Are you referring to the time when he left San Francisco to go back to India?
Yeah.
In 67 July.
It was 67.
Yes. So he'd already gone through that episode on the Memorial Weekend in New York City, where he was put into a hospital because the devotees did not know what else to do and there were no doctors who could come. And he didn't want to stay in there. He made that clear after some time. So they're simply pricking and taking blood. And then Gargamuni took a coat, a hospital coat, and took one of those gurneys on wheels and went up to his room, got him on the gurney, took him out, and then took him to his place. But they wanted to get a place for recovery. So they rented a little cottage on the New Jersey shoreline, thinking the sun and the sea breeze would be beneficial. Except there was no sun. It was wet, rainy, cloudy. So there was no benefit. So then we brought him to San Francisco and we got another cottage. It was inland from the ocean in Stinson Beach. It was a little better there, but not enough to be beneficial. During that time, the first Rath Yatra occurred, and he was too weak to even go to that Rath Yatra. So after the Rath Yatra, we brought the deities over to Stinson Beach, and there was this little grand piano, and it was a rented place, and the deities, Jagannath, Subhadra, Baladev, were placed on that piano and stayed with him for a few days. But then we got the message that he had something very important to tell us, and he was coming to the temple, the little temple in San Francisco, to tell us that important message. And the roadway from Stinson Beach to San Francisco is very winding. It's straight drop down Highway 1. And that caused him to be, like you could say, motion sickness. So knowing that he had that propensity, the fact that he was coming to tell us something meant it was going to be something very important. So everybody was there. At that point, everybody wasn't like it is now. It was a handful, but we were there. So he sat on a little dais. We didn't know the word Vyasa sign then, so it was a small platform. We called it the dais. There was a cushion on it that he sat on. That cushion had been taken off of a discarded sofa found on the street because someone realized it would not be comfortable just sitting on a wooden platform. And as always, he was sitting very erect. And somebody was mentioning yesterday, observing Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's face and features. I was very acutely observing his face and his features. And he told us that he was going back to India to try to recover his health. And if Krishna so desired, he would return again. That I'm an old man and I might die at any time. I want you boys and girls to push on this movement. And suddenly there was a profound shock because, all right, he was quote unquote an old man, but we didn't have that concept that here was an old man. That was during the era when don't trust anybody over 30, and yet we had implicit faith and trust in a 70-year-old gentleman from India. So when he said, I may die at any time, we suddenly felt concerned. Maybe he won't come back. And everything we did depended on him at that time. There was no one else to go to. The senior devotees were just minutes older. So Mukunda Adhikari at the time, remembering that he had written to different godbrothers and friends in India to please come and help preach. You don't have to worry about anything. I'll take everything. Just come and help preach. These people here are suffering because they have no knowledge about Radha and Krishna. Nobody came. Sometimes they didn't even answer the letters. Still, when he said he may not come back, and we realized we would be there to push on this movement. And honestly, some of us, most of us, didn't really think of it as a movement at that moment. We're just Swami, us and Swami. It wasn't like we didn't have that developed consciousness. Here was a movement. So Mukunda asked if it would be all right in your absence that we could invite one of your godbrothers to help us. And the reason is that we just felt so inadequate. He was there. We could turn to him. Even if he was in New York, we could call him. We could write a letter. He'd immediately reply. But suddenly, I'm an old man and I may die at any time. I want you boys and girls to push on this movement. So he was already sitting very still, and suddenly the whole room was very still, and he became like even more still. And I was just watching every little aspect of his face from the side. And then he spoke, and it was a very measured, low voice. My spiritual master was not an ordinary man. He saved me. If even one person comes and changes even one word of what I have taught you, the whole thing will be spoiled. And this wasn't out of ego. This wasn't out of anything, but as Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was expressing in his talk, protection. He was protecting us and he was protecting ISKCON from things we could not understand at that time, but eventually became clear to us as time went on. So many of us took that very seriously in terms of just sticking to what he has taught us and reading his book and trying to, and the book at that time, that was the other thing. Everything I have to teach you was in these books. And these books were the 3 volumes of the first canto of the Bhagavatam. So we can only imagine the value and the importance of that volume. And when you read the purports, even though they were written like decades ago, before it even came to America, it's like, here it is now. It's nothing from the past. It's immediate. Here it is now. That urgency was there, and it was clearly spelled out by him.
For you younger devotees, someday you will think back of what Malati Devi has spoken, and you will, how rare. I heard that story from someone who was there. And how this, of course, Srila Prabhupada went to Vrindavan and came back. But he's been away from us now physically, Vapu years. And still, because devotees have this spirit that Srila Prabhupada is in my heart, be empowered to do wonderful things. And Srila Prabhupada would often say that there is never a time when I am not in the presence of Maharaj. He is always with me. It is not that Vapu is the person and Vani is the sound vibration. Vani is the person also. There's no difference between the person and the sound vibration. The person is not just the physical body. The person is the spirit, the soul that is speaking as a messenger of Krishna to bestow divine grace upon us. And all of these great souls who have gone through the various tests of times and temptations and turbulence within our movement over the decades, they have come here for this gathering to share their profound appreciation, honor, and even worship of Srila Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj enshrined Srila Prabhupada in his heart forever. It is not that Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj is in your heart, but it is also very important to understand that you are in his heart. It is a loving reciprocation. In the 9th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Ambarish Maharaj was a grihastha with family and so many worldly duties. And this one sannyas, Durvasa Muni, became angry with him because of some technical mistake he may have made. And he created a monster to kill him. But because Krishna was in the heart of Ambarish Maharaj, he had no fear. This is quite an obstacle for this fiery monster that had the power to devour a universe was coming right at you. And he's only about 3 feet away. And he's roaring. Ambarish, Krishna, I'm yours. He had no power himself to react. He just surrendered with faith. And Lord Narayan sent Sudarshan Chakra, and Sudarshan Chakra killed the demon and then went to Durvasa. And you know the story. He flew so many places for shelter, and finally he came to Lord Narayan in Vaikuntha. Said, please give me shelter. I beg forgiveness. Narayan said, I cannot help you. It's beyond my powers. How could anything be beyond your powers? This is your Sudarshan Chakra. He said, because I am always in the heart, I am forever in the heart of my devotee. The devotee is forever in my heart. And if you offend a devotee, you offend me. If you please a devotee, you please me. Your only shelter is if you go back to Ambarish and beg his forgiveness. The gopis of Vrindavan were feeling such, not only gopis, but all the Brijavasis, they were feeling such intense separation from Krishna. But their love and their faith kept growing more and more and more in that separation. Because Krishna was in their heart, his bhava expansion. And during the Ratha Yatra, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught us this beautiful lesson. When he was speaking to Jagannath, Lord Chaitanya is Srimati Radharani representing the residents of Vrindavan. And Jagannath is saying, I am forever in separation from you. I'm longing to return to Vrindavan. I cannot live a moment without remembering you in separation. And even during the dance of Rath Yatra, Lord Chaitanya tested. He was dancing in front of Jagannath. And then he went around the back of the chariot. And Jagannath stopped the chariot. Hundreds of people are pulling those ropes, and the chariot would not go anywhere. Because Lord Jagannath didn't want, he was remembering Lord Chaitanya. We cannot think of these things from a material perspective. But Srila Prabhupada, he cared about the devotees so greatly. The devotees, he was so grateful to them for whatever efforts they made. The devotees were always in Srila Prabhupada's heart. And that is why we wanted to bring Srila Prabhupada into our hearts. Bhakti Raj, he cared about every living being. He especially cared about the devotees. Because he saw each devotee, his disciples and all other devotees' disciples, as well as his godbrothers and godsisters, they had given their hearts and their lives to assist Srila Prabhupada. And he knew that each devotee is in Srila Prabhupada's heart. And he cared so much. He was so grateful, so appreciative of anyone who was doing well in Krishna consciousness. And he felt such transcendental pain when he saw any devotee having difficulty. And for those who love him or are aspiring to love him, before leaving this world physically, he entrusted this spirit, this mission in all of our hearts. Devotional community, ISKCON as a worldwide community, is where we understand that Srila Prabhupada is the heart of our whole movement. And in his heart is the entire parampara and the entire spiritual world of Goloka Vrindavan. And our community is meant that each of us individually keep Srila Prabhupada in our heart by reciprocating with his compassion. What will please Srila Prabhupada is the very heart of ISKCON. Sometimes Srila Prabhupada would say like this, ISKCON is my body. That means he's the soul of the body. And the soul is situated in the heart. And this parampara is understood in such a way that those who are surrendering in this spirit of love with Srila Prabhupada forever in their heart, that is how we can so so fortunately receive Srila Prabhupada in our own hearts. Srila Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, in his transcendental, inconceivable way, I believe he is keeping all of us in his heart. And he's simply asking us, please keep me in your heart. That is our choice. And how we reciprocate, that is how we will make spiritual progress. I'm remembering during the last weeks of Srila Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's pastimes in this world, in his Vapu, he was lamenting that he could not go to Ratha Yatra in New York. Because every year he would go to New York Ratha Yatra. And he really was like Lord Chaitanya in the Ratha Yatra. Jagannath would be pulled through Fifth Avenue, and how he was dancing and loudly chanting the holy names and enthusing everybody around to loudly chant the holy names and dance. Srila Prabhupada wanted devotees to be happy. Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj really loved to see when devotees were happy. In his kirtan, he would bring such a monsoon rain storm of happiness to everyone. And how Jagannath is happy when the devotees are happy, singing and chanting his holy name, unified in Sankirtan. But in 2005, 20 years ago, Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj was in his room. It was his Nirjan Bhajan time. He, he only had one leg. He couldn't go anywhere. And incredibly, I remember I was at his bedside one day, and we got the news. Jagannath, Balaram, and Subhadra from New York. They got on another Rath. They came off their Raths from Fifth Avenue, and together, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, brother, sister, they came into a van and drove to Gita Nagari. As far as I know, nobody made any requests. Not only did they come to Gita Nagari, but they came to Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj's front door of his institute. He didn't even have to go out of the house. He just stepped out, just off the porch, and there was Jagannath, Balaram, and Subhadra, and they were in the type of van where that door goes. So it was a perfect altar and darshan. That was so meaningful. Jagannath, Balaram, Subhadra inspired the pujaris to take them to Gita Nagari. Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj was coming to dance for us every year for Rath Yatra. Now we will go to see him. And they came. The love of the Lord for the devotee and the love of the devotee for the Lord is everything. Yes, it's not just that Krishna is always in the heart of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, but Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj is always in the heart of Krishna. Over the last few days, we've heard such heart-melting, illuminating, instructive, uh, inspirational remembrance of Srila Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. Much was very humorous, but even in that humor, there's something so deep, profound, and transforming to the heart. We heard from the devotees of Africa, and this morning Malati Devi is speaking even more on the subject. The human experience of sacrifice that he made. He didn't have to do that. There was no external pressure on him to do that. His love for Srila Prabhupada impelled him to do that. And interesting, nobody even knew what he was doing, except Srila Prabhupada and Krishna in his heart. Now we're hearing things. It wasn't like, there was a website showing daily what he's doing, what the roads he's going on. Years and years, he chose to do this. And as Chandramali Swami Maharaj was explaining, sometimes Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj would share with people really close to him what he was going through. I remember he was telling me how many diseases he was getting there, how unpredictable every moment was, how poverty-stricken things were, even how there were people trying to put spells on him. He said every day he had to be very careful that someone wasn't trying to poison him. And he didn't really have any god brothers or god sisters with him, just some of his followers. And after years of enduring that situation with total enthusiasm, with total faith in Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, we heard how devotees were putting their faith in him and actually choosing to become Vaishnavas. And we heard how so many were leaving him, betraying him after he gave everything to them. It's not that those things don't hurt a pure devotee, but his enthusiasm continued. And after some years, how many, like 25 farm communities, orphanages, food relief programs, He was on radio, he was on television. And as described this morning, so many of those devotees from West Africa he brought to spread Krishna consciousness here in America. He trained them and inspired them so well. And so much of the community we're here is inspired by those devotees. During Srila Prabhupada's time, he was in those Iron Curtain countries, life at risk practically at every moment. But such determination and enthusiasm. And after Srila Prabhupada departed from this world, that enthusiasm just got more and more and more. There were only a few devotees in the country, but because they were lonely and suffering, he went there to try to encourage them and inspire them. And other times he would go to these big festivals, Ratha festivals in Mayapur town, and he would be giving classes and chanting and dancing and inspiring thousands and thousands of people. So truly unconditional, unmotivated, selfless servant of each and every one of us. For most Srila Prabhupada disciples who have given their lives and souls even 48 years later, that's it. Because you don't have to speculate what this says. It's confirmed. What were we saying?
Going for weekly program.
Yes. When we would hear about what Srila Prabhupada was doing in other places for other people, we felt Prabhupada was doing. It's not that personal experience of our guru, is just how that guru is talking to us or spending time with us. We feel the same enthusiasm when we hear about all the other persons that he's giving his time to. Srila Prabhupada disciples, most of us, very rarely did he personally interact. But when we would read his books and we would hear about him going to this place and that place and meeting this person and that person, that was as ecstatic as if he was doing it for us directly. So when we hear all these beautiful stories we've heard often of how he came to Gita Nagari, of how he started the institute, of how he began those inners, how he wrote so many books, how he went to so many foreign lands, how he inspired so many people, how he was preaching to among the most famous celebrities on the planet, Nelson Mandela, Muhammad Ali, Alice Coltrane, and so many others. Take that personally. It's not that even if you never saw him, he was doing it for us. That is the way that Vaishnavas appreciate another Vaishnava. This wonderful gathering is an outpouring of appreciation and gratitude to Srila Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj. To help us remember we are all in his heart. We are all in his heart. And we have this beautiful opportunity to keep him in our heart. The Prabhupada, he was so proud and happy to empower the devotee to do great things, but never ever gave up on anyone. If anyone was having difficulty, just praying for us to come back. Beautiful story. There are many such like this. Some devotees fell away from our movement and doing so many things that you're not supposed to do. Srila Prabhupada had devotees looking for this devotee. There are many examples. And the devotee was ashamed to even, wasn't following anything, but had helped Prabhupada in the past. And somehow or other, he came into Srila Prabhupada's room, was brought into Srila Prabhupada's room, and Srila Prabhupada embraced that devotee and cried and said, I have simply been praying to Krishna to bring you back, to engage in a devotional service. We heard from devotees, I believe it was Kunti Devi, how the only time she ever saw Tirtha Swami Maharaj angry is when the devotees were not taking care of each other. When devotees were not reaching out to someone having difficulty. He wasn't so angry with the devotee having difficulty. He was angry with devotees who weren't reaching out to help them. Yes? We heard so many beautiful stories, but I just got this note. But yes, whatever we have absorbed during this beautiful weekend gathering, he did he did all of these beautiful, wonderful acts of compassion and love for you and me. When we hear that he did it for somebody else, we can feel he's doing it for me too, because that is the truth. So let us strive to help one another, to always recognize and embrace Srila Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj forever in our hearts. And what was his whole purpose and mission? To help us to keep Srila Prabhupada in our hearts. Thank you very much.
I'm very sorry, Maharaj. It is not anyone's desire to stop you, least of all mine. It's just we have a program to follow. I'm so sorry.
I am going to keep this.
Um, sorry, I'm torn between asking Maharaj to come back and just keep speaking incessantly. We will move on to the next item. So, our festivities are drawing to a close, and it still feels like we've barely scratched the surface. If any of you have read Black Lotus or are yet to read it, or have even found out a little bit, even read Maharaj's Gurudev's biography, you'll know that even before he was actively connected with Srila Prabhupada and his pastimes with Srila Prabhupada manifested, even before that, he was a deeply devotional person. Religion. And extremely astute. And put in a black body in America, you won't know what it's like. None of us can even imagine it, what it's like to be so excellent, be so intelligent, be so able, and have the tide against you. And yet he still managed to make it to a university like Princeton. Venkabhata Prabhu is the Dean of Religious Life, the chaplain at Princeton University. Recently, Princeton University commemorated Srila Gurudev's contribution, his legacy, and him as a personality. I'd like to invite Prabhuji to come up and give us a short presentation to give us a glimpse into how broad and deep Gurudev's impact was. Venkatapati Prabhu, please can you come up? Please think of warm welcome.
Hare Krishna. It's wonderful beyond words to be here. So even if I had the words, I wouldn't want to take up too much time, but I don't have the words anyway. But I did to fulfill the request of my gurus and teachers and wonderful devotees. I did want to share a little bit about this celebration that we were able to hold at Princeton University in 2023. So, as many of you know, Bhaktitirtha Maharaj began his study at Princeton in 1968. What you may not know is that Princeton University was one of the most segregated universities, particularly in the Ivy League, and the last to admit Black students in the entire Ivy League. And so, when Bhaktitirtha Swami, he was not the first Black student, but he was still part of a wave of early Black students, and he graduated in 1972. And so in the year 2022, I started thinking about, or a little bit before that, I started thinking about how to commemorate Bhaktitirtha Maharaj's 50th reunion year. And also in 1972, there was the center that was then called the Third World Center. Some of you may have read about that or you may be familiar with. It's today called the Carl Fields Center. Carl Fields was actually one of Bhaktitirtha Swami's mentors. So now the center is named after him. But that center, the Third World Center, I had always said that Bhaktitirtha Swami was the student founder of that center, and it was the 50th anniversary. So I tried to do some research, and I was not able to come up with anything, and I was really disappointed. And then a devotee named, I don't know if Navakeshwar is here, but Nava pointed me in, I'm so grateful because he pointed me in the right direction. He said, well, at the time, Maharaj probably wouldn't have been using the name John Favors. And so once I started searching under Tashambe Abdul, I found the documentation. And indeed, in 1972, when he was a senior, Bhaktitirtha Swami, who was then using the name Toshambe Abdul, submitted a proposal for something that was originally supposed to be called the Black House at Princeton. And it was rejected. But it wasn't rejected outright. It was, they said, this is a really good proposal, but we would like it to be broader. And could you resubmit it with a broader vision? And so Bhaktitirtha Swami went back to the drawing board, resubmitted it as the Third World Center, which would especially be a place to honor Black and Brown students at Princeton, but also looking at all minoritized students. And the proposal was accepted, and the center was opened just in Bhaktivedanta Swami's senior year. So now, fast forwarding to 2022, I wanted to somehow tie in these two things. And there were lots of celebrations, but by Krishna's arrangement, it didn't happen in 2022. And then I got a request from the Carl Field Center to have a celebration in February of 2023 to coincide with many alumni visiting. And I asked them what the date was, and they said the date was the weekend of February 24th to 26th. And Bhaktivedanta Swami's birthday is February 25th. So I thought I took this as a sign from Maharaj, a sign from Krishna, and so we put together this celebration. It was called a spiritual warrior, and it featured. We held a panel and invited some of Srila Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj's classmates, including one of his roommates as well. So we can go to the next. The just want to especially recognize. I know she's not here right now. They had to leave early, but wonderful catering from Divya's Kitchen. So it was just amazing first-class prashadam. This was held at the Carl Field Center. So this is the Carl Field Center in Princeton. We reached max capacity quite quickly. So we had this wonderful dinner and assembled this panel. And you can see there was a gentleman named Eric Vinson. Eric, some of you may know Eric. Eric was one of Bhaktivedanta Swami's roommates. So in preparation for this event, we also got to be on some Zoom calls together and just reminisce. And I got to meet a lot of Bhaktivedanta Swami's former classmates, even those who couldn't attend. There was also a wonderful gentleman who was the class of 1974. So he was a little bit younger than Bhaktivedanta Swami, but also got to know him. And his name is Melvin McRae. He's an award-winning journalist and filmmaker. He wrote, among other things, he wrote The Two Lives of John Favors, which is a very famous article, and that was, I think, republished in BTG some years later, but was originally published, I think, in the Princeton Alumni Weekly magazine and some other places. And of course, Yashoda was a star on the panel. And then we were also able to have two wonderful second generation devotees, both women of color, Ganga and Krishni. And it was just a phenomenal panel where we talked about Bhaktivedanta Swami's life. We reminisced on, his time at Princeton, but also the implications of things, his principles. You can go to the next slide. The next day on Bhaktivedanta Day, we were so blessed to have the honor and the privilege of memorializing Bhaktivedanta Maharaj in the university chapel at Princeton University. And we were able to install and have a very simple but meaningful ceremony. So I know you wouldn't expect a a WASPy Ivy League university to be so particular, but you might be surprised to know that Princeton University is very, very particular about what goes up on its walls. And so we went back and forth a lot over the language, every detail. So everything was very intentionally done, but we finally, under some guidance, settled on this particular language. This memorializes, commemorates Bhakti-tirtha Maharaj, and particularly honors the fact that he is an alumnus. So we have his legal name and class year there. 1972 refers to his class year. This also, I want to point out, this is in a very special place in the chapel. Gorvani has seen this wall and honored it and chanted this wonderful kirtan in the chapel. This particular wall was chosen because on the same wall there are many illustrious personalities, including two signers of the Declaration of Independence, so founding fathers of the nation, who are also early university presidents of Princeton University. So there's 3 presidents of Princeton University on this wall, and 2 of these men were slaveholders. And so we wanted especially to make a statement with the juxtaposition of Bhakti-tirtha Swami's memorial stone on that same wall to show an arc of the journey and to really contextualize what a revolutionary and what a spiritual activist Bhakti-tirtha Swami was. So we had this wonderful little ceremony in the chapel. And some of you were there. I believe in the core of my heart you were all there in spirit. And those of you who were there, you may remember this. And so we want to relive this. And those of you who weren't, hopefully this will give you a glimpse. But finally, I just want to offer a modest, humble invitation. Please visit us in Princeton, New Jersey. Please come to Princeton University whenever you are passing through or nearby or for any reason at all. You just make a trip, because in our own humble way, we want this to be a tirtha for Bhakti-tirtha Swami. So you're warmly invited to come and honor this sacred space with us. Can you just play that video?
Jai Shri Krishna. Tirtha Swami Maharaj ki jai. I will.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. I'm sure there are many more memories, recollections, pastimes. We could spend days, weeks, months speaking about Maharaj. And this is the nature of Krishna's devotees. It's layer upon layer. We're going to move into our next item now, which will help us to perhaps consolidate some of the things that have been churned by the heart this weekend. Our prayer and our meditation when we were putting this 3-day festival together was that in the 20 years since Gurudev's departed, for so many of us, the relationship has gone through ups and downs and maybe some space, maybe some togetherness, and maybe for some it's just gotten deeper and deeper every single year. But whatever condition the relationship was in before this weekend started, our prayer was really that this weekend would, at the very least, revive, rejuvenate, and reconnect everyone with the spirit of Bhaktivedanta Swami. However, in Gurudev's words, as we bid each other farewell, we want to connect more deeply. So in order to facilitate this, so that it's not just a revival and a rejuvenation that's forgotten about when we leave, so that it's a revival and rejuvenation that can not just be maintained, but it can be grown. We now have a session with Her Grace Chintamani Devi and Her Grace Yashodamai Devi, and they'll be leading us out with a session that will, help us all to understand and create personal ways for each of us that work for each of us to help to maintain and strengthen that relationship with the Gurudev, even as we walk away from here. And whether that's relationship is with Bhaktivedanta Maharaj, with Srila Prabhupada, or we have perhaps another spiritual master, it would make Bhaktivedanta Maharaj really, really, really happy that we're able to do something that just helps us to connect more deeply as we bid each other farewell. So please, can I invite their graces, Mai Devi and Chintamani Devi, please give them your love. Perhaps you can have your phones at the ready for notes or your pens and pads. This will be an interactive session. Maybe we can have a short kirtan where they're setting up.
This microphone or that one? George, quiet. Stand. Or stand. Okay. I want to start. I was, huh? I knew it was gonna Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Shamati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Tinamine, Namaste Krishnadaya Prabhupada Arastapmane, Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Tinamine, Ma'am Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Shamati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamine, Namaste Saraswati Deva Gauravani Charini, Nivashesha Shundavadi Pashta Tishtamine. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Whenever I have the wonderful opportunity to be in the presence of Vaishnav devotees of the Lord, I always need to take a minute to take in the magnitude of the saintly association that's in front of me. In some ways, in many ways, this is a scary vantage point, but it's also a really blessed vantage point. Mm. And then particularly to be in the blessed protective presence of the disciples of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. We ask your mercy. We literally ask for your protection And we ask that you please bring Srila Prabhupada's intention, Srila Prabhupada's intention to this Sangha. And please know that anything that Yashoda Mai and I can do, it's from the mercy of Srila Prabhupada's disciple and all the Vaishnavas. So I'm not speaking to you all or offering any guidance or suggestions. I'm actually getting benefit from the disciples of Srila Prabhupada. So thank you for allowing us to be here. So sacred Sangha, those two words. So this is sacred, holy space. Sacred Sangha. Sangha of saintly personalities. Sangha of beloved disciples and grand disciples of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Holy space, sacred space. So our first intention is for each of us to commit to hold sacred space, to be able to give your energy, to be able to give your intentionality, to be able to give your heart, to be able to give your focus, so that all of us can benefit from that combined energy field. So I'm smiling because His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, of all the thousands of things that he brought to the world in ISKCON, one thing that is amazingly striking is he taught us very precisely how to utilize the laws of nature in the service of Krishna. How to utilize the laws of nature. And often because we're not aware of them, we actually behave in ways that bring what we don't want to us. So we want to utilize energy. We want to bring our loving energy together with an intention to hold sacred space with all of the saintly personalities assembled. So as Chidi Shakti Prabhu said, we've experienced a wonderful, uplifting, transcendental, transformational time. And we've all experienced when we come to events such as this, to different retreats or japa retreats or kirtan retreats, we experience that potency and that upliftment. But often when we go back home to our particular service arenas or our homes, the familiar patterns, the modes, the association can not be able to have that be sustained. So the intention of this is to create a holy space where we can support each other in what His Holiness, Radhanath Maharaj just said, to take the beautiful opportunity. This is a beautiful opportunity to keep Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj in our hearts. And by keeping Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj in our hearts, then we keep Srila Prabhupada in our hearts. This is a holy, sacred, blessed, wonderful opportunity. So we don't want to miss this opportunity. So as His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj emphasized loving relationships and community, we'd like to start with hearing from one of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's most senior disciples, Her Grace Mother Yashoda Devi, Mother Yashoda Mai Devi Dasi. So there's two Yashodas. There's the Yashoda Mai and Yashoda Devi.
There's the original Yashoda, and then there's the imitation Yashoda.
Right. So if that guy slipped and said Yashoda Devi, I saw she was like, don't you know I'm the original? So this is the Yashoda Mai Devi, and the Yashoda Devi, where is she? Stand up. She is also a very dedicated disciple of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, as is her whole family. So we're going to hear from Mother Yashoda Mai Devi Dasi, and many know her. We heard some from her yesterday. But one fun fact that I'll share about her is she had the impetus and desire to start the book projects for His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. and she single-handedly made the decision to raise funds and sponsor, publish his first book, Beggar One, and name the press Harinam Press. So the start of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's book projects came through Mother Yashoda Maya because we have a proper system under the guidance of her great Mother Brajalila Devi Dasi. So we will have Mother Yashoda share how you intentionally choose and take the opportunity to keep Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj in your heart.
Okay. Thank you, Mother Chintamani. She is my, like you have like a good fairy or a good angel on one side and a bad angel on the other side. So she's my good angel. My false ego is my bad angel. So whenever it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this and blah, 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 and then I'll mention it. I'll just mention it. The Mother Chintamani, she's like, well, don't you think if you do like this, it might be a little bit better, or maybe like back down a bit? So okay. Okay, so the whole point of this gathering is to try to keep this going, to keep this with us when we leave, not just to have this be like a one-off thing that, oh yeah, we all came together for the 20th Tirubhava and it was wonderful and we had a great time. And then slowly, as is the material nature, slip back into, our everyday affairs or continue to maintain like isolation or whatever. So we want to try to share, and Mother Chintamani has thought of some wonderful ways in which we can try to hold on to this. What I'm going to do is kind of just share a little bit with what I do to stay infused and to stay engaged. And as I was thinking about this, well, first, like, I'm not even sure why I've been put in this position to start with, because there are so many more capable people to do this. But what I do to try to stay engaged and enlivened and inspired in Krishna consciousness and in the service of my spiritual master. So I was asking Gurudev, how should I say this? What should I say? And he said, don't say anything. So I said, okay, but I still have a service to do. So how that came to me was, what have you heard this weekend? What have you been listening? Have you been listening? What have you actually heard? So I wanted to share the little snippets of what actually penetrated and touched my heart from all the speakers that I've heard this weekend. So I wanted to start with Chitti Shakti, who started by saying something about listening with attention, but I didn't really hear what she was talking about. So I'm just joking. Um, she said, the mind tells us the story, we feed it. So feed it the knowledge of the self, feed the mind reality, and it will stop giving you illusion. And as I've meditated on that, I was thinking, well, that's where did Srila Prabhupada say reality was? It's in his books, right? So this for me was an impetus to, I need to read more. I need to read more. Chandramali Maharaj said, Bhaktivedanta Swami never wanted to slow down. And I'm asking myself, am I slowing my Guru Maharaj down with my selfish desires, my stupidity, and my denseness? And that's not humility, that's actual fact, because I think about the things that I used to approach my Guru Maharaj with, all the problems and challenges I had. And looking back now, it's like, oh my God, I wasted so much time with all this trivia and, this is not working out and this person, it's like, wow. And he just listened so patiently to all of that and, guided me. And I was thinking, am I now still taking this stuff to him and slowing him down? My refusal to depend on Krishna. And he also said Krishna's help comes in the form of intelligence. And that really hit home to me too. Then Jai Shri Prabhu said, always that Gurudev always focused on relationships, and BT Swami worked on himself and worked on his relationships. So the relationships we have, they're not just going to blossom and bloom by themselves. We actually have to put effort into them. And anyone that's married knows that you have to put effort into your marriage, otherwise it's not going to happen, And Uttama Prabhu said, I love the way that he focused on these three things of Gurudev: austerity, humility, and the desire to learn and do better. And that last one is so important. We have to have that desire to want to do better. We have to have a desire to want to keep going deeper and to keep getting more inspired and getting better. Otherwise, it won't happen. Krishna's fulfilling our desires. If you don't have a desire to want to do better, then you're not going to. Sachinanda Maharaj says, our lives are a manifestation of what is deep in our hearts. And I had to really think about that, because sometimes when we think we're having challenges and this and that, what's actually in your heart? And Krishna's dealing with what's deepest in your heart, not what's on the surface, not what you think you want, but what you actually want. That's what Krishna is fulfilling. So what our lives are a manifestation of what is deep in our hearts. Gauravani Prabhu said, we are not standing on our own strength, but on our rooted interconnectedness. That really, made me tingle. Our rooted interconnectedness. We are connected to each other, whether we know it or not, whether we like it or not. Sometimes I don't like it, but we are connected to each other. And there's strength in that connectedness. Radhanath Maharaj once gave this example of walking in, I think it was the sequoia forest or whatever, and how he asked one of the rangers, about the trees, and how he found out that the trees were all connected on it. It was the largest living entity on the planet, was this grove of aspen trees that are all connected together. And we are all connected together. We're connected through the heart to Srila Prabhupada, who is the gardener of this beautiful forest, and we need to take strength from that connectedness. Radhanath Maharaj said a lot, but what I remember is you cannot make material adjustments. You can't make a material adjustment for unity and diversity. It has to come from a higher level. You've got to work through rejection, because nobody accepts you 100% of the time. We have the opportunity to keep BT Swami in our hearts. So let's take that opportunity. Kamagiri Prabhu said, love is the answer. Love is always the answer. Whatever the question is, love is the answer. Chanaka Pandit Prabhu said, Gurudev will always pull us along. You just need to stay in his association. So follow in his wake. This reminds me of when I was in Fragilita and myself, we were touring with Gurudev, and we were in Arizona. And in Arizona, he bought me a car. He said, there's another story behind that, but it was BMW, one of those little two-seater BMWs. And he said, drive this to Cleveland. So myself and Rajulila got in the car, and we didn't know that it didn't have, it had a hole in the gas tank, and the gauge didn't work. And Mother Fragililla doesn't drive, by the way. So when he says drive this, it was me that was driving this car to Cleveland. So what we did to kind of try to, he said, be there in 3 weeks. So we got in the car. We were on our way to Atlanta. Then we're going to go to DC. Then we're going to go to Cleveland. And so I used to get behind these big trucks, the big 18-wheeler truck, because I heard that if you stay in the wake of the truck, you can move faster. And these trucks are going at like 90 miles an hour. And I was like, but the problem is, if the truck stops or if anything happens to the truck, you're toast. But anyway, so getting behind the wake of the truck and move, and the truck would protect us so that we would be able to move faster. And so that's what I got from Chanaka Pandit's speech, is that you can get behind Gurudev and get pulled along with his energy, get pulled along. So whatever it is that you want to do for him, get behind, get pulled along with him. Rukmini Prabhu said, and this I'm really going to keep this really deep in my heart. May Gurudev not have died in vain. And I can't really say that too many times, because I feel the tears coming. Malati Prabhu said, the danger of thinking small is that we disregard Krishna's ability to make anything happen. And it's so powerful. We cannot think small. Gurudev was not a small thinker, you know. And then Bhaktitirtha Maharaj himself, Malati Prabhu said, the danger of thinking small, you're quoting Srila Prabhupada, yeah? Oh, back to, I'm hearing it from you too. The danger of thinking small is that we disregard Krishna's ability to make anything happen. We are never alone. You know, there's sometimes we feel that, but we're never alone. And I know you, Srila Prabhupada said that we are never alone. Krishna's always with us. So from beggar two, crying out for the mercy, because I've been crying out for the mercy a lot this past few days. Gurudev says, Bhaktitirtha Maharaj says, I will no longer be able to be with you physically as I was before the devastation, but know that I will always send help for you when you are truly ready for it. Everything that has happened to the people on this planet is due to consciousness. As you and those around you change your consciousness, help will be sent accordingly. So I just want to end with that, but I also wanted to, like I said, share how I stay engaged, and I stay engaged by staying busy. You know, they say that the idle hand of the devil's workshop, right? Yeah. So I try to stay busy, and there are different projects that I'm engaged in. And as I said earlier in this event, that there is a table downstairs that has different projects on it. So if you're interested in engaging in a project that you feel would help you to stay engaged and stay connected, there's plenty of choices down there. Just a few of them are the Samadarshana Initiative, which is the diversity, equity, and inclusion part of ISKCON. We have a website. We don't really have a lot of other things going on. We would need more people to like help and join in if you want to. So there's more information on the table down there. To promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, as was said that, you know, Srila Prabhupada built a house for everybody to live in, but not everybody feels comfortable in crossing over into that house. Or when they visit the house, sometimes they don't feel comfortable to stay. So what is it that we can do? How can we tweak our presentations? How can we tweak the way we are in the world to have everybody that comes in contact with us feel comfortable and feel invited and feel inspired to want to continue to take these steps in Krishna consciousness? Because even just greeting somebody, saying hello to somebody, or just greeting somebody with a smile could be enough to have them want to stay in our association, you know. There's the Africa community building. A group of devotees are building a Gita Nagari in Africa. So if you would like to know more about that project and find out about that, that's there too. There's the Yami Care Yashoda project, which is a project to supply food and clothing and help to new mothers in Ghana, because some mothers, they don't have anything. And so Mother Yashoda's daughter Priyasaki is actually the head of this organization. It's a nonprofit. And they collect clothes, they collect all kinds of stuff here and then ship them to Ghana. So if you'd like to know more about that project, help with that project, please do. There's the Institute House Maintenance Fund. You see that they're selling pictures of Gurudev in the lobby there. So please support that. That helps to maintain the Institute House. So that is if there's anything, if there isn't anything else that you can do, you can give a little lashmi to any of these projects to help keep them going. BT Swami documentary, you can talk with Ajamil to see what kind of help you might need for that, whether it's remote helping him with digitalizing the lots of all the stuff that you've been seeing on the videos here. And every month he produces videos for the global connection. So please help him with that. And also the Music of the Heart, which is a program that has been going here in Gitanagari. This is the 20th year for the Music of the Heart. It's an end of year festival, it's an end of year coming together of all the talent in in Gita Nagari and beyond Gita Nagari. This year it will be Zoom because it's the 20th one. So if you want to help with making those arrangements for that. Yeah. So that was started by Bhaktivedanta Maharaj to encourage the children in Gita Nagari, the children that all played different instruments and sang and danced and they played kirtan. And every year we would get together on New Year's Eve and have this wonderful program. It's morphed now into adults as well. And the children themselves have grown up into adults. And it's a wonderful way to come together and to bring in the new year. So if you want to come into Gita Nagari, December 31st, come and be part of that program. It's wonderful. But this year we want to also Zoom it. So anyone that really wants to help with that, please come and help. And before I end, I just wanted to mention, we're talking about relationships. We have two devotees that are undergoing really serious health challenges right now. Mother Kalki, who's a long-term resident of this community, is actually in a rehabilitation center in Mifflin. She had a minor stroke and lost some of the function in her left side of her body. She's working through depression and frustration as she's trying to get stronger to be able to get out of there. It would be nice if we could send her our prayers. The prayers of the Vaishnavas are really powerful. And not just Mother Kalki, but also Yogeshwar, another long-term resident here in Gita Nagari, who currently lives in Harrisburg. He's also underwent the same thing, had a minor stroke. He's actually been readmitted into hospital, but he also was in a rehabilitation center. And if you could just hold these two devotees in your hearts and just send them the love and the strength and encouragement to get over their challenges and, to join us again, it would mean a lot to them to know that you are praying for them. So please hold them in your hearts. Thank you. That's a great idea. Yes. Let's all together chant Hare Krishna for Mother Kalki and Yogeshwar Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mother Yashoda. Mother Yashoda said that I'm her good angel on her shoulder. Mother Yashoda is my good angel in terms of expanding what I think is possible. Mother Yashoda is the type of person who doesn't see a no, she doesn't see any barrier, and she embodies community. And if you notice, when we were asked to do this service, her commission was to spend her whole time sharing about what she does to keep Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj in her heart. And what she did is share with all of us what the dedicated senior inspired devotees of our Supreme Lord do to keep Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj in her heart. So she created community in her speaking. And her life is to do preaching programs and travel and do so many amazing things. So I thank you for your example of outreach, fearlessness, courageousness, and surrender. Thank you. So we have about a half hour or so, and we're going to have an experience to help us expand our ways of connecting with Guru and Krishna. So if I may have my two daughters / helpers. So they're going to pass out. No, okay, exercises. Like this is not like a grueling, like paper pencil exercise. It should be a this type exercise. So if you could please take a note card and a pen. It's been so cool. I've been talking to some devotees and sharing things with them and telling them that I want to send things to them. And I give them a piece of paper and a pen, and they take out their phone and they like type it in their phone and like, oh, do you use paper? So typically people don't use paper these days, but I would encourage you with this exercise to actually use the pen and use the paper. And research has shown actually that there's a level of potency in helping with memory and helping with retention when you use your hands and write on a piece of paper as opposed to using something digitally. So for today, we ask that people go old school and use paper and pencil. Oh, so the if you don't have a pen, you can share with your neighbor. There might not be enough to go around. Yeah, we have 200 pens, so there should. If I may say, the disciples of Srila Prabhupada do not need to do this exercise. Do not feel obliged to do this exercise. I'm not in any position to give an exercise to any of you. So I wanted to say that. Are there enough pens? Because I also have some additional ones. We have about 200. Does everyone have an index card and a pen? If there are any extra, just hand the cards forwards if you have any extra. Yeah. And the cards are blue because blue was Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's favorite color, second to saffron. That was his first favorite color. Baby blue. Okay. Okay, so do we all have our pens and cards? So we ask that everyone please still your mind, still your bodies, still your senses, and bring back the intention of creating sacred, transformational, holy, protective space. We have Lord Nrsimhadev, Blessed Lord Nrsimhadev from New Vrindavan Dham, the remover of obstacles, to assist us in our process. And I'd like everyone at this moment, you can put your pencils and pen down and settle yourselves in your seats or on the floor. Please close your eyes for a moment. So please close your eyes for a moment. And please imbibe this energy that's been created this whole weekend of love and protection and upliftment and care and transformation and connection to Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada and Radha Damodar and the Vaishnav lineage. And if you can please think of something that happened this weekend that had meaning. Something that happened this weekend where you felt touched, where you felt moved, where you felt very, very loved, where you felt inspired, where you felt the beautiful, loving hand of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada, where you felt the beautiful, loving hand of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. And as you think about this moment, we want to utilize our senses in the service of this exercise. So we want to think about if it was a moment where we felt something, what did that feel like in your body? Did it feel warm? Did it feel safe? Did it feel comforting? Did it feel like relief? Did it feel like home? If you think about how that looked, was it something you saw? Was it a beauty of a devotee's face? Was it the beauty of this beautiful holy dham, the greenery in the trees? Was it the colors outside? Was it the bright smile? Was it the interior of the samadhi? What did your eyes see? Was it something that you smelled? Was it the smell of the incense? Was it when you gave a devotee a hug and you smelled the beautiful aroma of that devotee? Was it the fresh air being out in the countryside? Or was it something that you touched? Was it the touch of a garland or the touch of another devotee? Bring all your senses together in this moment to really, really experience this moment that you had this weekend, that where you felt love, where you felt moved, where you felt inspired. And as you presence this, presence also, what did that experience do for you? Why did that experience have so much meaning? What was it about that experience that made a difference for you? Did it have you feel cared for or connected in a way that you hadn't in a long time? Did it have you not feel so alone? Did it increase your faith in the process? Did it increase your faith in devotees? Did it increase your faith in leadership? Did it give you an in-depth understanding of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj or the Krishna consciousness process that you didn't have before? Did it give you hope for your presence, or did it give you hope for the future? Did it give you an anchor or inspire you to do something different? And lastly, in this experience, what gift did Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj give you? What gift did Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj give you? And if you can crystallize that gift to one word, did he give you the gift of comfort? Did he give you the gift of solace? Did he give you the gift of excitement? Did he give you the gift of inspiration? Did he give you the gift of hope? Did he give you the gift of fearlessness? If you can crystallize in presence the gift that Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj gave into a word. This weekend, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj gave me the gift of. And once you have that gift, if you can slowly open your eyes and bring yourself back to the room. And if you can please write that on a piece of paper, on your beautiful blue card, the gift that you were given by His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. And then what we'd like you to do is ask yourself this question. How will I give this gift to others? How will I give this gift to others? And in two ways. How will I be and what will I do? So for how will I be, think of a quality of His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. How will you be? What quality will you need to take on to give this gift to others? And if you can jot that quality down, the quality of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj that was passed down from His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. How will I be? What quality do I need to take on to give this gift to others? And then we want to leave with a sankalpa, a determination to take action. So what will I do? So you have the quality of how you would need to be. Name one thing, small or big, that you will do to give the gift you gain to others. And this is not in the mood of a New Year's resolution. Sometimes these exercises or our experience of these exercises is well intentioned. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to chant 32 rounds. We want Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj wants me to keep my word. So as you write what you will do, write it in the mood of what can I give my best effort to keep my word. So if it means I've stopped chanting my rounds, then make a commitment to chant one round. If it means I hear 1 hour a day, I'd like to increase, make a commitment to an hour and a half a day. The point is, make a commitment in a mood where you can keep your word to Guru and Krishna. One small step. Okay, if you are still writing, and we'll give some time. So now we'd like everyone to turn to the person next to you, ladies with ladies, men with men. So if you can turn to your partner and face your partner.
If you don't have a partner, raise your hand.
Yes,
Me.
if you don't have a partner, find someone. Just turn and just face someone. Okay, does everyone have a partner? Does someone not have a partner? Can you please raise your hand? Okay, can you go with him? Sure. Does everyone else have a partner? Okay, Mother Yashoda is going to a partner.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayana Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narot.
Wow! Wow, that's far out. Thank you.
Sorry, Hare Krishna Prabhu. What's your name?
That was not planned. Whoa. Well, it was, but it wasn't.
Okay, so
So if we can please bring stillness. So as you face your partner, and now do we have two? So we need, is there another lady who needs a partner? You do? Okay, can you come to her for two? Okay, each of us has two, right? Good. Thank you. Two. Yes. Good. So if we can please face our partners and have quiet, stillness,
yeah, I'm
quiet,
what if it's
stillness. We talked yesterday and through the whole weekend about how our commission is to see every living entity as spirit soul and relate to every living entity from the vantage of the Lord in the heart. So we have a wonderful opportunity to be able to experience a great Vaishnava or Vaishnavi in front of us. So if you can please sit directly in front of your partner, eye to eye.
where are you from?
I'm originally from Indore, India,
Mm-hmm.
but then I've worked in Charleston, South Carolina,
South
for a
Carolina.
long time, and now I'm with my daughter in
Stillness,
Okay. Very nice.
stillness, stillness. It's so beautiful how we get so inspired to just talk and connect with each other. Stillness. So we want to take the opportunity to deeply connect with this soul that's in front of us. And we have two. This is three. Is there another man who needs a partner? Okay, come Jishnu. Come love. Okay, I always want to call you Pandu. Palaka, can you face him? And if we can please look this spirit soul in front of us deeply in their eyes. This is an exercise that is not very comfortable. Stillness, stillness, stillness. Peace be still. Hare Krishna, stillness. In the busyness of our lives, in the movement in our lives, in the protections that we have up in this material world, due to the three modes of material nature, due to the three miseries, creating space for vulnerability, creating space for deep connection is something rare. This is an opportunity to presence a Vaishnav devotee of the Lord, to look deeply in that person's eyes, to think of the great mercy to be in the association of Vaishnavas and to experience an opportunity to deeply connect with a beloved child of our Supreme Lord. If you feel uncomfortable, take some breaths and intentionally send this soul your heartfelt well wishes. Send this soul your appreciation. Send this soul your gratitude, condolences. That other than those who are here solely on the mission of Srila Prabhupada, many of us are here out of envy for the Supreme Lord. So send them your condolences that they're in this material world and that they left the protection and beauty of the spiritual world. Send this person well wishes as they leave this place and they go about their lives and back to work and back to struggles and back to difficulties and back to their minds and back to their fears and back to their loneliness, back to their senses of struggle. Send this person potency and send this person prayers. And share with this person now the gift that you received from Bhakti Tirth Maharaj. So one person can go first and share, Bhakti Tirth Maharaj gave me the gift of, and then the other person can share, Bhakti Tirth Maharaj gave me the gift of.
Oh, go ahead, Prabhu. Go ahead and share. What did Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj give you?
Actually, I was not aware of the program, what is going to happen. The glad after my daughter asked me to come. I have seen him on the television on some of or twice, and I was very impressed with him. So I was not looking at that particular perspective. I'm not yet initiated, and I am looking for in Janta, and I still don't know. My inner thing is Rama, uh, Radha Krishna. So you know, of course, now. So for me, Rama is very important, and I have some issues, but
And share how you will give the gift.
which happen.
And share how you will give the gift to others.
Able to touch the lotus feet of Raghunath Maharaj. And that was a great thing for me. I thought that was blessing. When you touched it, how did you feel? What happened? Able to be in touch with such great authorities. And so it was my great fortune that I was, and that is with the grace of the because you wouldn't have been here otherwise, right? So and then I'm getting to talk with another great devotee like yourself right here. Because you are a great devotee, and it's very important to be in the presence of devotees, that I know. Um, when I went to Mayapur, I saw a very, he was also European, but then I searched and I saw his photo with Radharani Swami Maharaj. And I want, at that time, I really felt that I found my guru and I wanted him to initiate me. But of course, I just went there and I said, I want you to initiate me. How he can initiate me, you know? That was my stupidity. I started crying in front of him. To my, but then he said, no, I didn't do that. And I said, okay. And then I just went, came back. So, who was that devotee that was Radhanath? No? With Radharani Swami, he was. Yeah. That's a sannyasi. Okay. But I don't know his name or anything like that. By looking at him, I was completely taken. Then I searched his name. I still don't know his name. I searched on the website. And I saw his photo with Radharani Swami. So, I still don't know whether I should, already 70 years old. I've already missed my vote. No, you're not 70 years old, you're eternal. You're just talking about your body and you're not your body. So what was you and what? I would suggest that you continue to pray. Actually pray even to Radhanath Maharaj, you pray to Srila Prabhupada to help you to reconnect with this person if you think this is your guru. And meanwhile, you need to also have yourself prepared that it's not just that you're looking for a guru. The guru is looking for a good candidate, a good student, a good disciple. So you need to make yourself worthy of that attention by how you're living your life, how you're following, the principles, how you are imbibing and loving, giving love to other people. So this exercise is what did we get here in this? So for me, the gift that my guru gave me was my family, my spiritual family. Was my
Okay, we're going to round up in about 1 minute of sharing. So if you can finalize your sharing.
How many? How much more time? Okay. So my blood family lives in England.
Okay, if we can please round up. Oh, we're supposed to be. Oh, Oh, so I think it's so time would change. Okay, devotees, if you could please bring your attention back. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I've been made aware that some devotees didn't get a chance to switch. So I'm sorry I didn't let you know when to switch to have the other person share. So if you didn't get that chance during lunch, if you could maybe get with that person and have an opportunity to share. So now in the mood of old school Gita Nagari, we're going to ask everyone to please stand up and we are going to make a big circle. And if we can have best you can we make a circle on the perimeter? Is that possible? Or is it too many people? Well, actually, you know what? We don't have to do a circle. If everyone can stand in front of Srila Prabhupada, however, we can do that right here. Prabhupada disciples, if you can please come up to the front. If you can please come up to the front, the disciples of Srila Prabhupada. You mind? I love you. If you can please stand. Are there any other Srila Prabhupada disciples? Mammy? Mammy? Mother Taruni? Can you stand next to Mother? Oh, no. You can just stand next to Mother Meaning. God, I'm sorry. I'm going to do something. So we're going to ask Mother Rajalila to close us out. With the potency and the protection of the dedicated disciples of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. A prayer at every heart. I know, but it is.
So I don't know what's
This is weird. I got to get in here.
so Hare Krishna everyone, Hare Krishna. Maybe I can make a quick announcement before we have the prayer that Hare Krishna Chantami Devi. For those of you that will be here after the program ends, Srila Radhanath Maharaj will be sharing with everyone up at the Institute House at 4:00 this afternoon. Whoever would like to come, please, you're welcome. Please come up to the Institute House at 4:00. Okay. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, you built a house that everyone can live in, and all of your disciples have been giving us access to that house. That access requires, Srila Prabhupada, so much commitment, so much integrity, so much authenticity, so much affection, so much comfort. Ultimately, Srila Prabhupada, this house that you built, perhaps we didn't all understand how to live in that house. However, by the mercy of those devotees that you empowered, one being our revered spiritual master, Srila Bhaktitirtha Maharaj, we come to you begging as he did. He said, I am simply a beggar. I am begging to be a servant to you, Srila Prabhupada, and to all of humanity. That includes all of the devotees. We thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for bringing us together these last 3 days to glorify your Son, who we know that you loved so very much. And we thank you that your Son has given all of us that mercy of coming together in love for you, for the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and ultimately for the honoring, the glorification, and the moving forward to Sri Sri Radha Damodar, Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Shyamasundar, Radha Giridhari, all of their lordships, Radha Rasbihari, all those places that my spiritual master, Radha Vrindavan Chandra, that he placed a small part of his heart. We thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving us this amazing, amazing opportunity to go back home, back to Godhead. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear devotees.
Just a second. Yes, okay. Is it on now? Hare Krishna. Hare 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 Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you so much. Please, can you take your seats? Can we please, with our hearts, thank Mother Chintamani and Mother Yashoda Mai Devi for opening our hearts, ripping our hearts open with a beautiful Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, please take your seats. We are about to close the program. So please make yourselves comfortable. We need your full attention for this last bit.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mother Chintamani again for the work she's been doing, because she has spent the last couple of weeks working on this and trying to make it something that could be meaningful and inspirational. And of course, you saw her handiwork. She's an expert at this type of stuff. So I just wanted you all to just really just come together and just thank Mother Chintamani for the work that she's doing here in Nagari, despite all of her challenges.
Dear devotees, please take a seat. And please, if we can have your attention. Otherwise, I'm going to have to try tricks. Okay, let's try tricks. If you can hear me, please say shh. Wow, that worked first time. Okay. So, are we ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'll tell you when, huh? I'll tell you when. It's okay. Dear devotees, please, it would be really nice if we had your full attention for this last bit. Okay, there's a phone here with a car cover if anybody wants it. I'm giving it to the sound team. Okay. No, I'm going to introduce it anyway. So you just tell me when it's ready. Okay. Every time we played a clip of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, video, audio, intentionally or by accident, everybody's sat up, everybody's electrified. This would not be complete. This festival would not be complete unless we really heard directly from Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's lips, his words. And we were thinking, which clip do we choose? There's so many to choose from. We focused so much on his final pastimes and his final message, his final lecture. But before his final pastimes, we also celebrated his final Vyasa Puja whilst he was physically in his body in that February 2005. So we're going to, before we go into our expressions of gratitude and then lunch, we know you're all hungry and now you're also excited about the 4 o'clock program. Before we go into that, it would be wonderful to hear from Maharaj. So we're going to play a 5-minute clip. This is from the February 2005 Vyasa Puja. Somehow or another, it's worked out that it beautifully encapsulates the exercise that we've just done. Thank you so much.
He was such a perfect example of an authority. The Manu Samhita explains that the leader should know his or her dependents as well as a mother knows their children. It should take care of them to the same extent. In the story of Prithu Maharaj, it mentions how he and rulers of himself, that their first priority, of course, was to the Lord. And it says that they minimize their own needs and desires for the needs of the people of the project. And it says that they were trained in how to be stewards, how to care. Ronald Smith explains that a ruler who does not protect his constituents is a dead ruler. Meaning that a major aspect of rulership is to offer protection. And what is the greatest threat, greatest danger? Padam padam yadvi padam natesham. We see this material world is full of danger. And the danger is mainly accepting the body as the all in all, accepting material existence as the all in all, and considering that life is nothing more than eating, sleeping, mating, and defending. Bhakti Vinod Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti explains there's only 3 things that the jiva needs, the conditioned soul. Shravana, to remember, to hear, mana, to reflect, and smarana, to remember. That means to be eager for connecting with the transcendental sound, understanding and activities, to engage in intense bhajan. One is dedicating his or her full self to the nectar of devotion, the culture of devotion. And one is to constantly be in contemplation about how they're doing and to refine themselves. And then one is to constantly be in remembrance about what is said, what is given, how to do everything proper, and especially what has come before us as the Acharyas, Acharyavan Purushoveda. This is why when we ask you the 3 things to keep in mind during this festival and to take home with you. To keep the idea that being in spiritual life is like a battlefield, so be prepared, be equipped, and form good sadhu alliances. To take this inventory, the manaha, to constantly be in reflection, allowing the mind to work for you rather than to be a slave of the mind and the senses. Leccho Vega, Manasa, Kroda Vega, Jiva Vega, Vipasta Vega. These Vegas, these pushes, are so prominent, but not impossible to overcome. It's like every sense is pulling, demanding attention and satiation. And unless we're constantly remembering, we have to remember why we took to this process, why we took initiation, why we taken to a certain nirvana, a certain ashram. We have to remember so many things that have been passed down through the great scriptures. So we're excited about antiquity, but at the same time we're excited about modernity. Even though explains about Rupa, where we are to look at what is there in the present situations, in the present field of activities, Adhunikavada, and we are to analyze things, but we're always to see what will help to bring the spiritual message through. So in that sense, antiquity or modernity are to be used, and not the word to be stuck in them. Any more the word to be stuck in the mode of ignorance, the mode of passion, or even the mode of goodness. We're to use the mode of goodness as a platform for accelerating to transcendence. And the mode of goodness is Dharma. So that is being righteous and truthful and compassionate and kind and selfless. One does not imbibe these qualities intensely. Baba says in Srimad Bhagavatam, 7th Canto, that no one can become a pure devotee while being captured by the mode of ignorance and the mode of passion. Without coming to the mode of goodness, no one can become.
So, dear devotees, this brings us to the penultimate session before lunch. This is our expressions of gratitude. Parijata and Shruva Prabhus, please can I invite you to come up here? Yes. Maybe do it after the thank yous, or would you like to do it now? Okay. It's when my spirit.
1, 2.
Okay.
And I'm coming up here only because I want to share something really, really quick before Dhruva and Parijata comes up. There was a period of time when, as we heard about Gita Nagari going through different cycles, so there was a period of time when there was a cycle of Gita Nagari after Bhaktitirtha Maharaj left his body. And we were all very concerned because there was a little bit of chaos. And I'm saying this because some of you have spiritual masters that will leave their bodies. And the chaos sometimes just brings lots of confusion. So this was a confusing times for some of Bhaktitirtha Maharaj's disciples. And I was praying to Srila Bhaktitirtha Maharaj, our revered Guru Maharaj, to ask, Gurudev, what do we do? What do we do? We can't let Gita Nagari fall apart because you came here in order to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's mission to keep it alive. We have no clue. We have no clue. So I was in Vrindavan at the feet of Giriraj, where that is my shelter, is Gir Govardhan. And I was praying to Giriraj. And then this devotee, this very sincere devotee that I saw him And I thought about him, and I went and I asked him. I said, Gita Nagari is suffering right now. Can you please come and help us in Gita Nagari? And he said, no. He said, I don't like America. I don't want to come and, not that I don't want to help, but I just don't like America. And I said, Maharaj, I was crying. I said, Gita Nagari needs help. We have asked and we need help. And I guess he said, okay, I'll let you know. This was His Holiness Devamrita Maharaj. And I'm saying this because his disciples are really carrying on so much of Gita Nagari right now. We thank you. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Because they're dedicated to His Holiness Devamrita Maharaj, you can see so many things that have happened in Gita Nagari. And two of those persons that have been dedicated to His Holiness Devamrita Maharaj is Dhruva and Parijata. They were not at all intending to come to Gita Nagari like they have been. I don't think that was in their radar. However, Devamrita Maharaj, of course, had to recruit devotees to come here. And at that period of time, as divine arrangement would have it, Dhruva and Parijata were being transitioned, deciding if they wanted to go to Australia, what they wanted to do. And Devamrita Maharaj says, go to Gita Nagari. So my dear God brother and God sister, our expression of love can sometimes be, how can I say this? Anyway, there's many pastimes in our scriptures that explains the love of those devotees that we may have different opinions, views. At the end of the day, though, at the core of our hearts, I love you both very much. Thank you.
Please show them your love. Where are we going to talk? Okay, devotees. We'll get a chance to show them some more love later. So please take a seat. Sorry to be the party pooper. So we have a few thank yous to get through. Then we have Kirtan and then Prasadam. So first of all, we would like to thank our very VIPs. Everybody's a VIP. Gurudev saw everyone as a very important person. But our very VIPs we'd like to first of all thank our 5 invited guests to speak, keynote speakers for this festival. And first of all, we'd like to invite up His Holiness Chandramauli Maharaj. Chandramauli Swami. Chandramauli Maharaj has been that, wonderful, amazing, friendly uncle who is always accessible and ever enthusiastic to, dance with us, sing with us, talk with us. Please receive this gift hamper as an expression of our gratitude All of these gifts are actually from the land and the other non-human entities who live on this land. Honey, maple, sunflower oil. So these are all natural, organic from Radha Damdar's farm and Radha Damdar's family. So thank you so much for being a wonderful, loving uncle. We're always just so grateful for you. Next, I'd like to invite up Her Grace Malti Devi, who is our beautiful, wonderful direct bridge to Srila Prabhupada. Is she here? Malti Devi? Somebody get her from Muloka, please. Okay. Not Goloka, Muloka. We might have to get her back from there. I think we'll miss her too much. Okay, so we'll next invite Her Grace Rukmani Devi. Again. Rukmani Devi is a mother and a friend to so many of us. She's a walking heart, as I always say. And she's always crying tears of ecstasy. And occasionally those drops of ecstasy land on us, and we also feel so ecstatic. If you've been here in her association for even a moment, you will never forget her. And if you haven't, what are you waiting for? Go grab it. So, Rukmani Devi, thank you so much. Mother Kamagiri. Make some noise for Mother Kamagiri. Come on, that's not how you make noise for a home girl. Mother Kamagiri, you are not just the heart of the kitchen, you are the heart of this family. Thank you so much. We love you so much. I'm missing out on all these hugs. I hope I get them later. Do you want me to bring the mic? No, no, okay. She went to her room. Okay. Now I'd like to invite up our very, 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 very to the power of infinity, beloved, His Holiness Radhanath Swami. I don't think I need to explain this, but I'm going to. His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj has been binding our hearts together, and to him and to Gurudev for decades, even before Gurudev left. Radhanath Maharaj, we really want you to know that wherever you are, whenever you are, in the home and the heart of every single disciple of Bhaktitirtha Maharaj, those who have gone, those who are still here, and those who are yet to come, you will always have a home. We love you so much. We would also like to thank all the Srila Prabhupada disciples who are residents here, who were residents here, those who traveled here, those who shared their memories of Gurudev both on panels and outside, sitting in little forest groves and on the bench and sharing their heart with so many of you. Thank you so, so much from the bottom of our hearts. We'll have to give Mother Malti her hamper later on. And we'd also like to thank His Grace Gauravani Prabhu, who has kept us all so joyful with Kirtan. Is he here? Is he here? Outside? Okay. So Gauravani Prabhu, I mean, you couldn't have missed this. He has kept us enlivened the last 2 evenings. Even when we were falling apart, we were still alive. I mean, his kirtans are world famous, not just world famous, galactically famous. So we want to express our gratitude from the bottom of our hearts. We will give him his gift hamper later. He's probably getting ready for kirtan. He kept asking me, is it going to happen? Is it actually going to happen? I said, it will. We just got some short thank yous to do. Okay. So now, even though what I'm going to say next might be brief. Oh, he's here. Gauravani Prabhu? Just coming. Please make some noise. Please come up. We want to thank you. Please come. We have a gift for you to thank you. We wanted to thank you with some farm fresh products from Gita Nagari Valley. And thank you so much for your heartfelt kirtans. His Grace Gauravani Prabhu ki jai. Hello. So in order of no special preference, we love every single person. Our gratitude to everybody. We'd like to thank the residents of Gita Nagari and the community members of Gita Nagari for them holding a festival for Bhakti Kirtan Maharaj's a yearly occurrence. And they've allowed us all to participate and amplify it this year. And on that note, actually, Anuttama Prabhu made a really amazing suggestion. He said, why don't we do a big festival every 5 years and a mini one every year? So just a heads up now, 2020, no, 5 years is when? 2030 will be the 25th of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's disappearance. So June 27th, put it in your diary. Start arranging your childcare, even for the babies that aren't born yet. Get time off work, even for the jobs you don't have yet. Okay, raise your money, do whatever you need to do, book your time off service because you're going to be here for the 25th anniversary. And we're giving the Gita Nagari community members a heads up. Okay, so thank you so much for your loving and spirited cooperation. We want to thank our kitchen team. Okay, this is Madana Mohan Prabhu and his support team, Ananda Vilas and Gopal Pran, and also the many, many, many hands that went into cooking and serving. Thank you so, so, so much. So much. Okay. There were umpteen garlands to make for this festival. Thank you so much to the garland makers. They did a marathon. Really. They made so many garlands, I thought they were going to turn into flowers at one point. Thank you so much to Priya Manjari and her team for all the decor. Look at this beautiful decor. Yeah. We'd like to thank the those devotees who hosted the very VIPs during lunchtime. So Ananda Vilas, Radha Vilasani, Dronacharya Prabhu, Gopal Pran, Sundarnath, and Kalnapuna. Please give them all warm thank you. And also for those who cooked for our guests. We'd like to thank, okay, you really have to make some noise because they have to deal with a lot of noise. Our AV team are here before everybody else and leave after everybody else. Okay. I mean, really, I don't think, unless you do digital audio or you do any kind of audio service, you do not realize how difficult it is in the background, how technical it is, how everything is so sensitive. And they're so patient, they're so tolerant. They're really just fabulous. Just thank you so, so, so much. We'd like to thank all of the devotees who put together creative expressions, plays, musical videos, written songs, sang songs. Thank you so much from all over the world. We'd like to thank most of all of the devotees who have traveled so far to be here. We've got devotees from Croatia, from England, from Africa, from, other parts of America. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Give each other a round of applause. We know it wasn't easy. And last but not least, Parijat and Dhruva. No, please. I have to. Sorry. So Parijat and Dhruva, I've been working with Parijata on this. Please, I'm so sorry, Mother Virgilia. I will give you the mic. Okay.
That's now by the mercy of these devotees. So I want to thank you very, very much.
And the Decor team for all their support with the Samadhi and here. They've been working non-stop. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for them. Okay. Now stop distracting me. You go then. You come. So Parijat and Dhruva, both of you come. So Parijat and Dhruva, like, seriously?
So I want to speak.
No. Right. So anyway, I've mainly been talking with Parijata, and it's only since I got here, I've mainly like with both of them. And for months, we've been speaking every week. I don't have my back to you two. And then in the last couple of weeks, we've been speaking every single day. I don't say this lightly. They're so easy to work with. It is insane. It was so easy. I felt like somebody gave me a genie in a bottle. Can we do this? Can we do that? Can I have this? Can I have that? Yeah, done. Yeah, done. Yeah, done. That was Gurudev's mood. He had a can-do attitude. And you know what? Both of them are dedicated to Bhaktivedanta Swami from the core of their hearts. I just love them so much. Dhruva Maharaj never shares memories of the time we were caregiving for Gurudev. Okay? There were times when Gurudev wouldn't even go to sleep unless Dhruva Maharaj was there. Okay, Dhruva Maharaj was just, Dhruva Prabhu, you're just awesome. This thing is so amazing. And what you've done here is just awesome. Parijata? Yeah, I'm talking to you. I love you so much. I'm going to miss you, and I can't wait till the next time we serve together. And one thing I really do want to share is we haven't served together since Gurudev departed 20 years ago. We've had very little contact. And when we connected, it was like we hit the ground running. It was like we'd been together the whole time. And honestly, my obeisances to both of you. You are like crown jewels in Gurudev's crown. It's broken.
Hare Krishna. I feel very blessed and humbled and fortunate, but I'm here to just thank Chiri Shakti because for so many reasons. Gurudev has blessed her with a special talent and heart to pull together experiences in a very cohesive way. And I believe she's done that for all of us, from the most tiniest little bit of service that needed to be done to make something like this manifest, to the high level programming and the hearts, the delicate hearts of so many devotees that are involved in it. And I'm very grateful to Chidi Shakti. I loved serving with her. I love serving with you. We are very different. She bounces off the walls and I'm a little slow. And I used to be like her, but now I'm slow. So it was a great combination. And we're going to do a lot of debriefing, but more importantly, it opened my heart to I could serve very closely with a dear God sister and open my um, thinking to be able to incorporate different experiences, different services, different people into a very, very wonderful program. So I'm very grateful to Chidi Shakti. She has a wonderful heart filled with dedication to Srila Gurudev, like all of us sitting here. But somehow, she's just on it in terms of making sure that we all have a joyful experience. It's not good enough for us, both of us, to have a lot of fun. It's important that all of us have times together. So I'm very grateful.
We're going to go into kirtans and then prasadam, but honestly, he's not. He's done. He's done. He doesn't say anything. He just
Okay, I guess there's a few small notes. I was hoping not to share it, but nevertheless, thank you all from the bottom of our hearts for coming and supporting us, during this festival celebrations. Of course, the mood is one of separation, even though it is a celebration. But so I guess I'll just quickly read a few thoughts that we had penned down. Dear devotees, family, friends, beloved God brothers and God sisters, as the sacred gathering draws to a close, I stand before you deeply moved, immensely grateful, and ever humbled to be counted among the servants of His Holiness Bhakti Swami. These past days have not merely been an event, they have been a rekindling of purpose, of memories, of vows, and of the living legacy that Gurudev has etched in each of our hearts. 20 years have passed since our beloved spiritual master, guide, has departed from our external view, and yet he has never left us. His voice still speaks when we fight our egos. His arms still reach out through our service to one another. His eyes still search the horizons for souls in need of love and transformation. And his instructions still ring with clarity, courage, and compassion. The highest power is love, and the greatest action is service. Gurudev didn't just say those words, he embodied them. Whether it was the streets of inner cities, in the hearts of African royalty, or in the living rooms of those who felt unseen, he gave everything until there was nothing left but transcendence itself. And so today, as we fold up the tents and lower the mics, may we not close this chapter, but rather turn the page. Let this Tirobhav be our collective renewal of our mission, of our unity, and our sacred duty to carry Gurudev's legacy forward. Not just with sentiment, but with action. May we go forward, not merely inspired, but transformed. Because inspiration can lift us in the moment. Transformation reshapes us for a lifetime. Inspiration stirs the hearts, but transformation purifies it. Inspiration may move our feet, but transformation anchors our mission. To be transformed means that we no longer live as we once did. We speak with greater intention. We serve with greater humility. We love with greater courage. Let us not leave this Tirobhav the same way we arrived. Let us leave having just taken one more step towards becoming spiritual warriors Gurudev called us to be. Let us allow his example to do what he always intended, not just to impress, but to change us. Before we close, we want to offer our heartfelt thanks to those whose presence has deeply enriched this offering of love
and remembrance for our beloved spiritual master. Of course, to His Holiness Radhanath Swami, whose friendship with Gurudev and unwavering support continue to uplift all of us. Thank you to His Holiness Chandramouli Swami, a dear godbrother and tireless well-wisher. And thank you to Her Grace Rukmini Devi Dasi and Her Grace Malati Devi Dasi, who shared years of dedicated service and pioneering spirit alongside Gurudev. And thank you to Her Grace Kamagiri Devi Dasi, whose loyal service and gentle strength continue to guide and nourish this legacy. Thank you all. Thank you all, friends, disciples, family, members, and well-wishers. Thank you for walking this journey with us. Thank you for showing us with your hearts open and your spirits willing. May we carry Gurudev with us in our hearts forever. All glories to His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. All glories to the devotees. Thank you.
Okay, Basil.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, everybody. So, Gauravani Prabhu, if you are still here, please take it away. If you are here. Is he here? Haribol!
Jamila, what are we doing now? He's doing work together. Hare Krishna. It's dead. Give him this. No, what else? So give him this. It's gonna go back. How's he gonna sit down? Are they gonna sit down, man? You can have some over here, maybe. We only have this microphone. So this is all this. Hare Krishna. Well.
Jaya Radha Radha Damodara Radhe Jaya Radha Radha Damodara Radhe
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Jaya Krishna Pada. Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Jaya Krishna Pada. Jaya Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Jaya Krishna Pada. Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Jaya Krishna Pada. Jaya Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Jaya Krishna Pada. Bhakti Tirtha Swami, Jaya Krishna Pada. Jai Jai Gurudev, Gurudev, Jai Gurudev.
Jaya Jaya Guru Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Gurudev, 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 Gurudev.
Pitagora Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo. Pitagora Haribo, 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 Pitagora Haribo, Haribo, Haribo. Pitagora Haribo, 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 Pitagora Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Nitagora Haribo, Haribo, Nitagora Haribo. Namma Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Tirtha Swami Itinamine. Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Shritatmane Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Bhakti Jiva Jinamine. Prabhupada Shritatmane Shri Gora Shakti. One more time. Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Tirtha Swami Itinamine. Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Tirtha Swami Itinamine. Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Shritatmane Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tirtha Jinamine. Namah Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Itinamine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Pracharine Nirvasesha Sunyavati Paskacha Tishatarane. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrindam. Jananda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrindam. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrindam. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. No louder. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare. So take your much. Hare, where's the coordinate? Where's the go. Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. West. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Okay, grab the time and we'll take it. There, wait. We'll have to go around right now. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. We'll take it around right now. You got. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare. Hare. Oh, Hare. 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare, 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 Krishna, Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare, 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 Rama, Hare, Rama, 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 Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare, Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ramo, Ramo, Hare, Hare. Hare, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama, Krishna, 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 Rama, Rama, Hare Rama. Haribo.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Rama Rama Hare Hare. Oh,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Oh, Jai Satchidananda Gaura Hare, Achita Pavana Gaura Hare, Anga Pavana Gaura Hare, Gaura 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 Hare, Gaura 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 Hare, Nityananda Ram Jai Nityananda Ram, Nityananda Ram Jai Nityananda Ram, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hare, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hare, Nitai Gaura Hare, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hare, Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare, Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Satchitananda Gaura Hare Satchitananda Gaura Hare Oh Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Radha Damodara Jai Shri Radhe 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 Radha Damodara Radha Damodara Jai Shri Radhe Radha Damodara Jai Shri Radhe Radha Damodara Jai Shri Radhe Oh Radha Damodara Jai Shri Radhe Radha Damodara Jai Shri Radhe Jai Shri Radhe Jai Oh Jai Shri Radhe Jai Oh Radha Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Let's all sing together. Let's all sing together. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Ra- Hare Rama. Rama. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare. Jai Gaur Bani Prabhu. Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare. No. Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram. Hare
Hare